Hello, everyone. Oh, let's see if it actually works, the Discord audio. That's it? Exception say something. Oh, there we go. Okay, it worked. I'm just checking. I never know if it's actually gonna like work on the Discord audio or if I'm gonna have to reset it. Do you like your hat? I gave you a hat.
I do. I'm undergoing maintenance operations at Wiley's Castle.
You are undergoing maintenance and you are wearing a little safety hat. And I gave you some battery acid to drink, otherwise known as melon boba. I say that as a melon boba liker and enjoyer and enthusiast, so it's really only that because it's green. Yeah, it's green. Battery acid is not green, but I thought acid, green. Anyway, I gave you a boba.
Thank you.
Yeah, in case you are small and thirsty. In case you need to hydrate during the stream, you have a boba. You just, small exception, just looks so pleased to be here. Like,
I am pleased to be here.
It just, the small exception just delights me every time, like, endlessly, so I'm quite content with your existence on my shoulder. Look, I figured out how to rotate you. Are you proud?
Yes.
You kind of slide around, but that's okay. It's live 2D. What do you want from me? You know? But I think you pinned kind of to my shoulder, so. Yeah. Hi, guys. It's Great Ace Attorney Wednesday, whatever you want to call it.
Yep, and today's the day.
Is it the day?
Two major occurrences are converging into reality here.
Oh.
I will speak of them now, but not explicitly. One.
Yeah, don't spoil me. I'll kill you.
I have said that my favorite song in this Chronicles of Game is in Case 3.
Oh,
and this is very likely the last part of Case 3.
Oh.
So it's time to hear that
today.
music.
We hear the music.
It's today.
Okay, that's exciting. I'm excited about that. Yes. Second.
I have procured alternative audio voice acting workings to supplement my own voice stuff. So at some point you will hear that instead of me talking for lines that I don't think I could do justice to myself. I went to some professionals.
Oh my gosh. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Thanks for your efforts to make this stream even better, because
a good stream.
God knows I'm mid as fuck. I'm mid. I'm sorry, I'm mid.
Yeah, well, I'm small and I don't know what a large looks like, so fine.
Well, compared to you, I am a large. Look, you're like the size of my head. You're just a little guy. Okay, I'll stop making stupid jokes. But anyway, it is Ace Attorney time. We've made it. We've made it to ostensibly, possibly, maybe the end of Case 3. And I don't know how to feel about that, because I still have so many questions about so many things, and we only have 2 cases left, which means these are going to be like, either we're going to get some revelations and some craziness today, don't comment, or the next 2 cases are going to be like bombastic as all hell and full of info. So
stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not spoiled. Thank God. So yeah, I'm not spoiled. And I am trying something new with my mic positioning today, so y'all let me know how the sound quality is. If you like it, if you don't, if it's not different at all, you know. So let's center it a little better. There we go. Okay, but yeah, I guess I will say I I'm hydrating with soda again today. Like, I feel very guilty about it, but it's also delicious. I did that yesterday too. I drank blackberry Dr. Pepper, which by the way is delicious. I just want everyone to know I am only drinking delicious things. So, all right. So, any recap you feel like doing, or exciting info you'd like to share?
This will be just sort of a general recap of the case so far, because we're heading into everything colliding.
The nitty gritty. Yeah.
Yep. So Albert Harebrain got hired, or brought his science to the table. Got paid by a honorable
gentleman,
investor gentleman, Odie Asman, who is not a leader of some sort of extortion operation in who the heck knows where, and teamed up with Enoch Drebber, an honorable, respectable scientist and engineer who is totally not a bamboozle swindler using stage magic to perform fraud. And they made a machine that was totally real and worked.
Yeah, totally real and worked. According to the prosecution.
Yeah, according to the prosecution.
Totally real and worked.
Over the course of this shenanigan trial, we have argued that the machine was a fake, the science wasn't real, Enoch Drebber was a fraud, and we're kind of investigating one... Okay. We eventually came to the conclusion that the crime was impossible unless someone inside, like, law enforcement / forensics helped cover it up.
And we named somebody.
So we're bringing that somebody to the stand to testify.
A little scared.
Other thread of important information is that a notorious serial killer of 10-ish years ago existed, had a waxwork made of them. That waxwork was then stolen and used as a body double in this case. Allegedly. And allegedly there is some connection between that serial killer case and the same person we're bringing to the stand right now.
And our favorite prosecutor.
Yes.
That part is not allegedly. That part is confirmed.
Yeah. So the drama is very real, and juror number 2 is super excited for it.
Juror number 2 is like shipping people, I think, at this point. I'm not sure.
Pretty sure, yeah.
I think she's catching on to the fact that Ryunosuke has 2 hands and needs more.
Yep.
Yeah. But juror number, juror number 4 is just not having it. Juror number 4 is done with everybody's shit right now. And juror number 6 was done with everybody's shit, and I got a gun out in the middle of the courtroom, and no one got mad except for us. We were like, why do you have a gun? And he was like, gun! Waving it around and shit, and it was fine. Everybody was fine with it because he was a cop. And I was like, really? That tells you something about today's society.
Yeah. Today's society in 1909.
In 1918, whatever. 1890, whatever. Yeah, it's good stuff. Okay. So, without further ado, let us embark upon today's mission. I shared screen. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Load game. I'm scared. I'm worried this is gonna be intense and I'm gonna cry, but it's fine. Okay. Do you think... Okay. I want you to answer this truthfully, but without spoilers. So do your best here.
All right.
Before the end of this game, not necessarily this case, but before the end of this game, do you think I'll cry?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I think I will too. I just feel it in my bones that I'm gonna have like a big fat cry over this game. All right, we're back. It's 11:53 a.m. God, it's still morning and we're already accusing people. Yep. Oh, God.
The knight errant himself.
God. Okay. Fine. Oh. Have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
You are a troublemaker, sir. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Oh.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about?
We don't know either. It's all conjecture at this point. Like, you've been hoodwinked, sir.
He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Oh, right, he was out of the country for the serial killing.
Oh, that's right. He was.
Oh, even is he?
Well, about that. About that. Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor.
Quit acting like you know shit, Sholmes.
When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
I don't think you mean that, Sholmes.
I think he's making a joke about the fact that the convict allegedly came back to life.
That's true. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
Now, waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too.
God, he's like his ears are burning right now.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth.
You are horrible, Sholmes.
An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
Hold on, don't vilify us here. Hold on. Hold on. You make it sound deliberate. Exactly. My point exactly. I can't help feeling this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
All of them? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
Don't get excited about that.
Though that leaves me at an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
No.
Putting that in your biography? I believe this is Courtney.
Okay. Sure. Showing up in the defendant's antechamber?
She's coming to be a witness!
Really? Really? Okay. Excuse me. Ah! There she is. She's mad at us, I'm sure. Dr. Scythe.
Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nah, Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because you're hiding behind your hat, dumbass. Because Gregson told me. Oops. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. A smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Okay. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Every time I say I don't like Strongheart, you're like, Strongheart Defense Club. I'm here to tell you, I don't like Strongheart. Obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice.
He's had a bad day.
Yeah, I guess. But why is he taking it out on my case?
That's how he copes.
Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Damn! What was that? What was that? She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
I'm not ready for whatever the hell is about to happen.
Pandora's box.
Pandora's box should never be opened,
Pandora's
guys.
box.
God. Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I hate this man sometimes. Sholmes, you terrible, terrible nuisance. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. This is important.
Okay.
If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Okay. Okay.
To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away on the truth.
Wow. This man is something else. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I don't know either, Ryunosuke, but I don't like it either. Okay, here we go. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. What the f is about to go down in this courtroom? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Damn, he sounds kind of ready, yeah. All right. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. For absolutely nothing. Yep. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
You couldn't go 2 lines without being kinda racist. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks?
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
All right, she's taking the stand as well.
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
This is about to go crazy. Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Oh, shit. Things are about to become a lot more intense.
We get camera angles.
If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. What the fuck?
State your name and occupation for the court, please. Also, what the heck you're doing.
Can you not see that she is busy, sir? God, I can't. I cannot with this. I can't. It's Sholmes. I can't. Cool. God. Okay. I don't remember what voice I used for her at all. Great.
Like vaguely French.
Vaguely French. Yeah.
Ambiently. But also like mystical French.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it, but I'll try. I can't think of what to do, so we'll just see what happens as it evolves. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. We were not ready. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
Get over yourself!
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
I would agree with you, Van Zeeks, just this once. Until you're racist, then I will stop agreeing with you. Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask.
He is about to be, like, so berserk right now. Cool.
Yeah. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret.
For what reason?
There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Be mad.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tespel's principles. What principles? Is this your favorite music?
No, we've heard this before.
Okay. Just checking.
This is just the Dispel's theme.
It is. The family Tespels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tespels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tespels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We at Tespels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, oui, the true visage of the killer is there?
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
Just because you don't know doesn't mean she doesn't know.
What do you mean?
Van Zeeks is just mad, okay? Just let him
Okay.
be mad. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tespel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. I love her hat.
A good hat.
It's a good hat. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Dispel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Crazy. Madness. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do her?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Dispels would not be Dispels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
He is losing it. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Signed O. Asman. I love that for us.
You picked up on that immediately.
I sure did. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Okay. Mad Sheep Rampage. I like that headline.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. I know, Zen. I knew you would like her. Is there a cosplay group in our future? I'll hold your hand. Most puzzling. Quit smacking the gavel. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. We gotta chase the truth! The truth! I am ready. Press! Let's go. And then we will examine the newspaper article. Don't worry about it. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
Okay, magician. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. that is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? We're bad at this. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Oh? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Fancy can sleep a little better at night. Cool. Hold it. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. Agree. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of spells. This is just me reading 50,000 lines again, I'm sorry.
It happens. Sometimes I gotta do this.
Yeah, sometimes you're talking to yourself too. It's fine. Okay, press. Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
Probably.
A little bit, a little bit.
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary gain.
Wow. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I need to remind Van Zeeks of something real quick. We don't care about national secrets. We've already proved this.
That's true. That is very true.
We don't care. We say, who cares? Open the mask.
We did lose our license over the last instant, though.
Yeah, but is it really our fault when he called her to the stand? Okay. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you? So 10 years ago, we're just barreling on through, we don't care what she just said. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
Hold it. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. She just so breezy about this.
Lack of rigor mortis.
Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A wriggly mortis? Wow, we're great at this. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Dispels. I think it is significant. Because if she's saying she waited and missed the window of time, the 3 hours after death, then the only reason she would be having problems with the chin is if she was there early, right? Like, am I crazy?
Yeah.
But she's making it sound like she was late. Am I crazy?
Interesting.
I'm not crazy, right?
I don't think you're crazy.
Okay, thanks. It's significant then. Or should I wait and see? Oh no.
I think it's significant.
I think it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Thanks, Susato. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. It's always time for jokes in this courtroom.
Jokes
Madam?
are available.
Jokes unavailable. 404 joke not found. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Yes, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, it was before it, but earlier she made it sound like she was after. But if it took a... You know what? Sure.
Hold it!
Sure. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. There's contradictions in this testimony.
Good. That makes our job easier.
Yeah,
Hold it!
I'm gonna see if Ryunosuke jumps on it first. Okay. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, The morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
That was yesterday?
It was! Indeed
Cool.
it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. Okay, good to know. Judge, can you put that in the testimony? That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry. Why are you chopping so hard? Calm down. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? She said it took her a long time, but then she said it took her half an hour. And I'm like, which is it? And then she...
Maybe we gotta look at some evidence and see what we could exactly be yelling about.
Should we hit wait and see first then and go look at the evidence and then come back?
Sure.
It'll let us come back, right?
It will, yeah.
That bust owes her money. Oh my god, son. Okay.
This is the classic format of an add to testimony or don't prompt.
Okay. All it really told us is that sunrise in Great Britain is extremely early at the height of summer, I suppose. Thank you, madame. That's all clear now. How frustrating. I was not concentrating on Mr. Sholmes here, and I have taken away too much wax. So that's all I have to go on. No, you don't. We're going to the court record, buddy.
All right, what we got?
All right. So we've looked at this. We haven't looked at this. The investor, Mr. Odie, has been hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. We've read this. Nothing to see here. However, you...
We got that ammunition for later.
We do.
The
Mad
Sorry, I was
Sheep
looking at
Rampage.
column 3.
The Great Stink. The horrifying stench of the Great Sewer System. Interesting. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred Professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The night of the execution? So...
Real quick.
Assuming this occurred before she got there. Right? Am I crazy? Am I on the right track here? I feel like... Like... If... It would have had to have occurred before she got there because it was light by the time that she got done. Buddy, why are you screaming? Hold on, Mr. Man is screaming. Pronto, you wanna come scream an exception? Come here, buddy. Hi, buddy. You wanna come scream an exception? Come here. I'm picking you up. Wait, no, I can't pick you up. No, come here. No, come back. He ran away.
Sorry.
Buddy. Come say hi to exception. Come here. Come here. He doesn't care. That's fine. Back to it.
Unfortunate.
I tried. Look, I just think there's some inconsistencies in all of this.
Fantastic. That helps us win the game.
I think... Is that why she's saying that the story's a lie? Like... I know, we don't have enough information yet.
Let's go look at our information.
Yeah. We're not getting anything out of it.
We got more stuff.
Court record? No, we don't. We've looked at all this stuff.
Where's
Then?
the...
What are you looking for? We've looked at all this stuff.
Can we look at the stuff now that we know stuff? Like...
The camera? Nothing new here.
Alright.
Although I can open it. There's blood on the bellows.
Spooky stuff.
We knew this.
Can we look at the autopsy report?
Sure.
Is this like if we're all confused about in the corpse, we should read the thing that talks about the corpse.
Confirmed at midnight. Right? So
All right.
it was already late. So she would have had, if she said she took 30 minutes. And she's saying that he was definitely dead, but he had only been dead for less than 3 hours. And she got done at 4:40, which means she would have started around 4:10. The timeline doesn't make sense. Because that's 4 hours rigor mortis would have set in and started with the jaw, like she said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we can go back and call that significant, right?
I don't think we need to, because the key part of this is the rigor mortis.
Okay, so...
And the rule of 3 hours.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's get back to the testimony. For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drever's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. I said that! Not in those words, but I said that.
Yeah.
That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Oh, I just talked all the way through an ad break! My bad.
That's okay. We were looking at evidence for most of it.
We were looking at evidence. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Alright. just before the interment. If he was dead at midnight and they were supposed to bury him right away, yeah, this timeline doesn't make sense.
You were still there at dawn. That was several hours later.
Wait, stop it, stop
You
it,
goofed it.
stop it. I hit the wrong button.
Why'd you hit the wrong button?
I'm bad at this, that's why. So we just have to present the autopsy report on one of these statements. On this one or this one?
I want to go rigor mortis because that's like the clue we got.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let me present the autopsy report. Present!
Music cut out. We're good.
Madam to Spells. Hi, Lark! What's up? I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report, you didn't miss much. Madame Tuspels is here, and she's saying she took a waxwork impression of the professor's face before he was buried, but he died at midnight, and she said she did it at like 4 a.m., and she said rigor mortis hadn't set in, but rigor mortis had to have set in, so the timeline doesn't make sense. That's your recap. That's all you've missed.
Now you know.
Now you know. I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Cool?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
Quit taking it out on us! Gad. According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Side's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No.
Damn, we are hurting Van Zeeks in a quite rude manner. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Okay.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible!
Oh shit. Smack, smack, smack. Ordar! Let's get his Ordar again. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck! Extraordinary!
Not in my day!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
You are hung up on that, aren't you? He did! Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
He didn't die. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Crap. Cool. It's the newspaper article. Council, present the evidence at once.
Well,
Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Am I right, y'all? Like, present. Take that. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
No, it was never dead, dummy. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
I know it's impossible, bear with me.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
This man, he's so determined. Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
Are you calling his integrity into question, Van Zeeks? Are you? And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him unless you read...
Objection!
Objection! On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Literally none of you can read. That's okay. Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question, that you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? This motherfucker.
Easy.
Oh, review scene. I don't think I've ever looked at that option before. Okay, present this son of a gun.
Take that!
Take that. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber?
Read! Read the article. Read it.
You can't. You have it.
That's fair. The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern, stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Damn. Order! Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery.
Van Zeeks has now turned on Drebber. It's fine. He's had a rough decade. Shut up. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean... Uh-huh.
Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Damn! Ice cold. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Everybody reaction, guys.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Jeez, you're impatient. Golly gee whiz, you're impatient, sir. Yes, of course. More testimony. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes! Here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! I mean, it's not unbelievable you saw the waxwork, but okay. It says it right there. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Mad Sheep Rampage, still funny. Sheep? I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Wow. Hi, Pianui!
Pianui, hi!
Spoilers!
It's very true. Go hide.
Go hide.
Go hide.
Go hide.
Run.
Run.
Also hide.
So, 10 years ago. Okay. Hi! He was playing Liza Pianui earlier.
Hmm.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. even though the waxworks build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Just to piss Van Zieks off, I think, at this point. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
A threat.
Blackmail.
Yup. Dr. Scythe put her name to the document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
This is the most, like, rattled Van Zieks has ever been.
In his life. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe.
Probably last time was 10 years ago when his brother died.
Yeah, I was gonna say. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Come on, Van Zieks. Cave, 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 cave. She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely, nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. Come on, cave, 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 cave.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Oh, shit! Let's go. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Objection! Damn.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial.
Oh, shit.
In other words, me.
Yeah, we know who you are, actually. Oh, damn, is right. Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh, damn. There they are. Oh god, they're all there! Holy shit. We got a party going on the witness stand.
Thank you for your attendance on such short notice, Dr. Sight.
She's very unimpressed with this. I am voicing 20% of the people in this courtroom more than I usually do.
Yeah, I only got one. Well, no, I got two. I got Enoch.
You got Enoch.
I got Enoch and Van Zeeks. They're probably going to say a lot of words.
Dr. Scythe's probably gonna be like, no. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Salty. She's salty too.
A lot of salt around here.
Yep. A lot of people with white hair too. What's up with that?
Yeah, it's all the salt.
It's all the salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Speak. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Cage match between Van Zeeks and Scythe, let's go. I know, right? And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen.
Oh.
Shit. Damn. The claws are out, my friends. The claws. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Are you just gonna dots at us? You freak. You're just a coward. He's a coward. He's a coward. He's a coward. I've decided this. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Not a word from Drebber. He's pled the Fifth Amendment that doesn't exist in Great Britain. He's doing his best, okay? Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. All the chatter in the courtroom. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You good?
Me?
Yeah. Isn't that you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Did you do
said I
it?
did
Wait,
it.
I didn't hear
I
you.
did it.
Oh, it didn't come through. Okay.
No!
No!
I guess it was pretty subtle.
Yeah, try it again. Very good. Very good. Very good. Rude, right? Rude.
What an interesting twist.
All I have to offer you, sir, is this dot and 2 additional dots and a question mark.
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes.
May I offer you some punctuation in this trying time? Exactly.
Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Oh, shit. What is about to happen here? What is going on? Amazing. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. He's about to lie through his damn teeth.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
He's about to lie through his teeth. I see it. I see it. I see it coming. We got 2 people to react to his testimony. That's crazy.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say?
I'm rolling my eyes at this man.
Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor.
Excuse you?
Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of the newspaper article.
I told you he was gonna lie through his teeth. Cool. Love that for us. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now.
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is defamatory?
Not with the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
Swear to God.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it has a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuable buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers.
I hate this man. I hate this man! It's fine. Exactly, ew. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The daily circuits eventually unearthed my name and put it in print.
I just realized that his lapel pins and buttons are positives and negatives.
Yep,
He's a battery.
he's a battery.
I hate this. Crying.
It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Oh boy, thank you for that helpful information, actually. Thanks.
Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Clack. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. About to prove you wrong. Okay.
Doo-doo-doo.
How much freaking... Here we go.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that?
He was holding a shovel.
He was holding a shovel. A
The
spade,
lantern
apparently.
and
Okay. It's evolved. It's gone beyond the game.
Help. Wait, are they gonna argue? Are they gonna argue as to whether he was moving fresh dirt or digging? Like, God damn it.
the lantern and the spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Scientists.
Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
Okay,
Yes,
I think
confirmed
they're
it's a spade.
It's a spade.
It's a
We got 2
spade.
counts of spade.
We got spade twice.
Double spading. 2 of spades.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime.
And
If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
nice pun.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
That's a good metaphor. Between the hammer and the anvil. Like an alt version of the rock and a hard place, but I like it.
It is good. It is good. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent... Right? I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
I wonder if the what's the term? I believe that I wonder if the statute of limitations ran out.
Oh, good point. It's 10 years probably, if it existed back then.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Everything is coming together. Okay, I'm getting a clearer picture of what's going on here.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know? Was shaking like a leaf. But I didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
Good! You were grave robbing. So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
Are you so happy about that? What about the article in the Daily Circus?
A particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name.
Okay.
So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I think that's a clue.
We need to open this. we
Why?
need to open this. Also,
Why do we need to open it?
because I want to know what's inside. The camera has evidence. It has blood on it. But why would she have the actual camera? I feel like this is
Well, she went to the guy and said, "Hey, waxwork?
Maxwork. Let me take your camera.
I'm gonna warn you, you're one step ahead."
Am I? Okay, I'll stop. I'll back up. Back off.
The fundamental thing is proving he saw the professor. Keyword, the professor.
Okay.
As opposed to Stabby McMurderer, who was executed like 2 days earlier.
I don't know. Is there any material? Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
So, I'm gonna see what we get out of pressing the next two statements before I make any decisions on how I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
approach this.
Mhm.
Because I'm thinking they might do a thing where like one thing leads to another thing. Because I don't think
Fair.
we have like the bridge we need right now. I feel like I'm missing something.
Okie.
Am I crazy?
I think you're trying to make a bridge too far, but it's fine. We can search.
Okay. I'm gonna
Hold it!
that young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
Well, maybe if you didn't kill people, you wouldn't have this problem. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Wow. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
This is what I was waiting for them to bring up. The camera.
Yeah.
Because the camera is important. Okay. What was it, madame? His camera? Ah.
Oh yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery.
Sure you did.
Sure I did.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
Science. To record the details of the bodies I disinterred.
Damn.
But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, Interesting. And now I bet I can look at the camera again and get another conversation out of it. I bet. Ow! I'm fine. I just punched something. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus.
Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night, I was digging up graves. A model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist role.
Okay, nice dots.
Like that?
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Oh, he didn't like that one, did he? Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
Yeah, the look on your face says that you definitely have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Oh, do you have something to say? What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. We're thinking out loud again. Alright, it was statement number 2, right?
3.
3, there we go. So we gotta present something. But what? Okay, let's see what we got. This, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this. Okay, we can move on. Not this. Not this. Not this. This is just helpful. So not this. Wait. Yes, not this. Not this. Okay, so our options are basically the camera, somehow. Should I look at the camera again?
I guess you can try.
See if he gives me
This is the
anything
finer
new.
details of the mechanics that I'm not sure. So that's normal, the front's normal. We just check the
Normal.
blood stain again if it's still a check mark.
Check the blood stain again.
Okay, blood stain's good. We are set. We are fine on that.
So we've got the camera.
Alright.
We have the head of the waxwork that we can't open, so we don't really get anything out of that. The autopsy report doesn't really help us. The only thing I can think of is the camera. How do we... I'm thinking. It's gotta be either this or the camera, right? Like,
Yeah.
but this doesn't prove anything.
The drawing, at the very least, was made based on Drebber's direct account. Like, he talked to the illustrator while the illustrator was illustrating. So anything that appears in the illustration is effectively Drebber testimony in the past.
So,
And according to Drebber testimony in the present, he didn't know it was the professor at the time.
oh, okay. So it's this. I guess.
It doesn't sound like you're confident as to why, but it does sound like you're confident that this is it.
I am confident that this is it because I'm confident that it's not anything else.
Process of elimination works.
Process of elimination.
Process of elimination.
Okay, we shall present.
Now we get to learn why exactly.
Why You Lying. It's that Why You Lying song.
Why you lying?
Oh, we're shaking our head at him. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Damn.
Don't believe what?
Any words that come out of your mouth. Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh, here comes the music. Let's go.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
Do you know what you didn't see? Because you claim to have not known what you didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yeah.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Oh, heck. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, I can't talk at all. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. We've made a little leap here, but I like it. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Damn about that. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber? Fess up. What, you fucking lying?
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely.
Here he goes. Okay, I offer him punctuation again.
And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? Get him, Van Zeeks.
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story you witnessed,
Get him.
then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Why are you offering me punctuation in this trying time? Are you for real? Are you absolutely for real? Are you kidding me right now? I'm gonna kill this man with my bare hands. He's done for, and it will be by my hand, and there will be no questions. Go ahead, you can read it if you want to.
Oh, we're in an ad.
Oh, we are in an ad. My bad. I'll sip my Dr. Pepper then.
All right, enjoy your Dr. Pepper. I'll enjoy my battery acids.
Enjoy your battery acid. Is it tasty and green flavored?
Yeah, it's also healthy, probably.
Boba usually has a lot of sugar in it, so it's probably not that healthy.
Oh, no, not the sugar part, the battery acid part.
Oh, yeah. That's healthy for you.
I know you haven't played Deltarune yet, but
I will play
the
it.
battery acid is the secret to being small.
Oh, okay. That's what you're drinking. Yep, that's what he's drinking. He's drinking battery acid. And definitely not green boba.
Yeah.
Delicious green boba latte. Delicious battery
got, like-
acid boba latte.
Well, I got like battery acid, and then I've taken one of those like tiny like watch style batteries, those little like tiny lithium ion little cylinders, and I put it in the drink to be the boba.
Oh my god.
It's good, probably.
Tasty. Tasty! I got 50 seconds left for you to drink your battery acid boba.
All right, I can do it.
A lime boba? Wait, lime boba exists? Hold on, what? I would think it would be like melon or matcha, maybe? I would never have thought of
Lemon.
lime. Interesting.
I'm sure there's like drinks and food combinations for every possible combination of food or drink.
I think you're right. Citrus boba kind of throws me. Is that a thing? Wouldn't it
You
curdle
just
the
put the
milk?
lime in the drink, or
I guess it'd be lime, maybe a lime flavoring, so it wouldn't mess it up. Or it could be like a lime, like a citrus tea. Oh, like a refresher, so it doesn't have the milk in it.
Mhm.
Makes sense, makes sense. That sounds good, actually. I like chrysanthemum peach tea for my non-milk boba with lychee jelly. It's very tasty. Chat, what's everybody's boba order? What's everybody's boba order? We know what exceptions is. Battery acid with batteries in it. Crunchy, chewy, delicious batteries. Delicious.
Oh, like they discharge in the battery and sort of like they soften. They soften.
They're like chewy.
Yeah.
But are they still cylindrical or do you use like watch batteries? Ooh,
Are watch
Taro,
batteries not
good
cylindrical,
choice.
or
Watch batteries? They're
Yeah.
cylindrical, but they're smaller. They look like manhole covers. Or pills. They look kind of like little, like, tablets.
I
Like,
think I'm like the
lychee poppers, yum. Yeah, watch batteries are like flat and disc-shaped. They're disc-shaped.
right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like the shape of and I'm just randomly looking at batteries because I don't know the details. I mean like an LR41 looking
Wait, put
8
in
millimeter.
What?
Like just those really tiny ones. It kind of like the watch battery one, but like not as like the watch batteries are like pizza shaped. I'm talking like a hamburger shape. Same size classification,
Just taller?
but like thicker, but a much smaller circle.
Send me the thing. I think we're talking about the same thing. Send me a picture.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture. Here's a picture of
Guys,
it here.
I know we're not on the ads anymore, but this is important, okay?
Like one of these.
Oh yeah,
These-
we're
these
talking
type
about
of
the
things.
same thing. We're talking about the
Okay,
same
fantastic.
thing. Yeah. I call those watch batteries.
Okay.
But they're essentially the same thing. You would use
There
those
is
in
like a really wide, flat version though.
Yeah, there is. It depends on the type of battery. I mean, the type of watch.
Speaking of battery, Drebber up here looking like an
Drebber.
alkali.
What I in fact
Alcohol.
witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna press the man.
I am gonna press the man
Hold it!
because I am incredulous right now. A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about? We're getting feisty.
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work.
I highly doubt that. Except somebody did shoot him over your shoulder, so maybe there was another one.
But body snatcher was like, no, that's my body. I'm
That's
snatching it.
Pew pew! Snatch.
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped.
But he was wearing a mask, you say?
Maybe.
So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Insalubrious. What a good word.
Insalubrious.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections.
I'm sorry, what? Was that really a thing?
I guess the medical equivalent of a welding mask.
I guess, but like...
We saw Courtney's kid with like a plague doctor mask before.
That's a plague doctor mask, not a metal mask.
Well, 10 years ago, maybe the fashion was different.
Sure.
Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Objection as fuck. But there's some more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
Not the sexton.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Guess who's mad?
Sholmes's face.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. May I assist you with something, Madame Tuspels? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drubber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Tell us. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Mr. Drubber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Get wrecked. Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop.
Ooh, he's angry. The kitty is angry. Oh!
You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Get him is right. Oh, he's mad.
Objection.
Oh ho ho ho.
Have a care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Wow.
Ugh.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Spicy. Yep. Of
That's
course. According to what Mr. Drubber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. I see the camera. Oh, he's so mad.
Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
He's so mad. Wowie. That will do. Mr. Drubber.
Yes.
Get wrecked. You'll refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. We're getting feisty. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this, witness.
Very well.
Oh, have you calmed down now?
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood.
I had to improv my orange text because it's all green here.
It is all green. I'm gonna press. He's gonna hate me for this, but I'm gonna press.
Hold it.
Hold it, please, please. Yet Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word.
Funny that you say that, Van Zeeks. Funny in like a haha way. Funny in a like tee-hee way. Tell me, Madame Tuspels. Oui? Oh, thank you for the stretch. What exactly did Mr. Drubber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Allô, This is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Mr. Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely. And I didn't forget it. Because as I've already said,
It didn't happen.
it never happened in the first place.
Gee whiz. He's clearly lying.
Clearly.
Clearly. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Oh, there's no small
Don't worry,
details, Miss
Sato.
Darling.
Don't worry, Susato. The detail is quite large.
Don't worry about it. We're not even gonna press on the rest of this right now.
Well, we already did the rest of it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Did we press on this one? And this one?
Yes.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, because then we came back and we presented the
The news.
article.
Yeah.
Okay. I will actually stretch now though. Stretch! Everybody stretch, except for Exception. He's too small to stretch.
Yeah, I'm like a fundamental particle.
You are. Itty bitty. If you were a particle, what would you be?
That's a good question. That is
I figured it was a
good
very
question.
exception question.
I think Electron's got a lot of fun stuff happening with them.
Electrons do have all the fun.
Yeah.
They have all the fun. I want to be a proton.
We could make hydrogen.
We could! Oh no! I just want to be a positive force in the world, you know? Like... Okay, I'm done now. Present, buddy. Hey, guess what?
Hey, cheese.
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? Ding! But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. Dost thou deny it?
And is that supposed to be significant?
Yes! This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hoo-hoo! He did a hold it!
What's that? The just on the billows.
Ah! Delightful.
It looks like a dark red stain.
It mayhaps is a dark red stain, Van Zeeks.
Ah,
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Wow, we look really smug about that.
Yeah, we do.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Oh,
She's doing her job now.
She wasn't even paying attention. You just woke her up in the middle of this court case. It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. I broke him.
Servo's locked up.
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Objection? Really?
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Because he's a liar. Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Van Zieks is about to become a murderer if he wasn't one before.
Probably was.
He probably was. Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness! He's shielding someone. Uh-huh.
Oh, we can Sholmes him on that one.
Yeah, we can. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Oh, don't make me actually. Come on. Literally, Dr. Scythe. Literally. No other option.
Take that!
This is just to check if you've been sleeping too.
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Say,
What? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not, in fact, killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
this is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life?
You're missing the point, Van Zieks.
Right?
What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Oh, he gets it now. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
The objections are flying.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Uh-huh. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. Blackmail! She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Maggie! Lord Van Zeeks?
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
He's at the end of his fucking rope.
I've lost count.
He's he's gone. Please don't throw your hallowed chalice at your lovely assistant. We need him. He's our friend. Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest level.
I'd like to point out he never has once actually drunk any of this wine. He only smells it and throws it.
So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Well, you did. That was full 2 seconds ago.
He exploded it.
I guess so.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Yeah, you have a fantasy that this is a hallowed chalice. It's fine. He's being
And
very
have you
good.
considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
He was being very good. Now he's being very obnoxious again. Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity?
He's pouring it out under the desk. No, he's giving it to his assistant. His assistant is drunk as fuck. That's why he doesn't talk. He's just
Super drunk.
intoxicated at all times. Hella stains on the
Just
carpet.
Drunk as heck. At the end of this trial, they're just gonna be like wobbling on the table. Bottles are gonna fall off the desk. It's gonna be great. Secret drunk.
It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
That ain't stopped me yet, buddy.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some sage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
I think y'all are missing the point.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all.
I would like to put my hand up and put forth a reason why he would want to kill Mr. Asman. Because he ruined his life.
Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny?
We didn't forget that. We just think you're petty.
The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract. That's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Wow. I think we got this. I think we got this. I don't know if we got this in like 30
Let's
minutes.
I think.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
The sick dodge!
The dodge.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
Because he's a little self-important, I think. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I saw it. I saw it like 30 minutes ago. And I'm going to have to present two. This game really said you thought. And I'm going to have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is.
Well, what were you gonna present before they said two?
The newspaper article.
And why is that relevant?
Because it's got his... Oh, I can show the contract.
There you go.
Ah, yes, my lord.
We're back on track. You thought game said you thought, but it thought.
It thought.
Time to think.
Okay, let's present the article first. The evidence that establishes a motive. Okay. Present.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
You wish! Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
The other piece I said in my head that I needed to show. Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay.
Get him.
Take that!
Take that.
Got him.
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact.
Can you attest to that?
That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
Does it? No, I'm afraid not.
What?
Hee hee hee. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Did you think we were stupid? Like, oh, I guess everybody else is stupid. Cool.
As
Really?
a scientist.
And it's that. I took that as he's a scientist, though he thinks we're all stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sure. And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund.
His entire career is based around him deceiving people. He thinks he's the smartest person in the room in every room he's in.
That's true, he does.
He literally makes money off of it. It's his entire operating
It's
profit.
Shtick.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed.
Well, that's fine. Let me show it to you.
So, my learned friend, Point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common.
I am so glad you asked. I am
Do
so
it.
glad you asked.
Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Beep. Present.
Take that!
Kaboom.
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
It's okay.
Ah!
We got him. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Aha. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good Lord, yes! They're identical! In short, like tiny exception, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Ah!
Oh, we lost him. He's on
He's
the ground
gone.
now.
He's floored.
He's
He's grounded. He's in his grounded state.
He's grounded.
But explain to the court why.
Why not?
Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
You're not very smart today, Van Zeeks. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I've suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network. Thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Wild. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough.
Okay. Okay.
Stop this endless dribble about my life.
Ugh. Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
Dare you.
And I have evidence. Oh, God. We do have evidence to prove it. Damn.
We do.
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it.
He's saying a lot less things in Orange nowadays.
Yep.
What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
The Royal Society Trophy for Excellence. Sorry, dude.
He had hope.
He had hope.
He had potential.
talent.
He was potential, man.
Take that!
And now
Okay.
he's just potential energy, man.
Now he's just potential energy man. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
It turned to kinetic energy when he dropped it. When he dropped Odie 30 feet.
Yep. Oops.
Sometimes I'm more passionate about the fact that I can make puns than the actual quality of the comedy itself.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wordplay is just
We love
something I'm
puns.
enthusiastic about.
I love puns. That's why we work so well.
I know.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
No, he won that at the science fair in 5th grade. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But then you were grave robbing! For the money! It's fine.
He had to do research.
You lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Oh? I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was. But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who, 10 years ago, ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. It's never a good sign when all they respond with is dots. Like, you know it's about to go down. Oh, there he goes. His dots are getting longer. Oh, it cut out. Do that again. Do it again.
Truth is,
Here we go. Finally. He's going to fold. What? 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 Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
what?
I admit it. All of it. What? Holy shit, what is going on? Cool. Love this.
The cooperation has shattered.
Yup.
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Hey.
No.
Good lord!
Dr. Scythe. Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
Calm the misogyny down. Calm it down, Van Zeeks. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Miss Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
I still want to know who shot the guy, but okay. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
What?
Wild.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Oh my. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. More dots!
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
Did nothing. That's all.
Swear to God, this man. What? Van Zeeks is not playing anymore. He's just like, uh-huh, mm-hmm.
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Wow! That's crazy! That's fucked up! That's crazy! This is nuts! I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Wow, that's it? That's the end of the fucking trial? Are you kidding me? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Mine too. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence and ruined a bunch of lives in the process, as usual. Good for us.
Before we proceed, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel satisfied with this?
No!
Let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember Game 1's Case 3?
Which one was that?
McGilded.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Are you gonna let that happen again?
The choice is yours. Proceed.
Okay. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Sholmes told us, don't stop. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony. Jesus Christ, here we go. The phone is going off. Hold on 1 second. Dramatic tension for everyone. My phone was like flashing, blinking, going crazy on the screen. Okay, further testimony. Are you ready?
We are about to get to the new music. I don't exactly remember when it kicks in, but it's soon.
Okay. Are you excited?
Very.
Okay. Further testimony. Here we go. Oh, shit. Objection. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Justice. The truth! Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right! Yes, in hindsight.
Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth,
She folded way too easy.
don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Whew. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case. Until every last detail is laid bare. Van Zieks, this should make you like him. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. You're taking the fall for somebody. I can feel it in my bones. Ah. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh? Wow, you just threw that at somebody's head.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
He slipped, everybody. He slipped. That's what you call it? That's like when I trip and my wallet opens and I buy things. Like, what is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution
I'm about to celebrate, aren't I?
also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Let's go! Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
Let's go. Yo, what? Lord Van Zieks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Oh my god, an ad in 40 seconds. I'm reading so fast. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Aye, very well. Witness testimony. I'm gonna run the ad real quick before we do the witness testimony. BRB, guys.
Sounds like a plan.
BRB. I'm drinking my soda. Is it gonna start the ad? There it goes.
Yep. All right. So welcome to the welcome to overtime. Welcome to the shenanigans.
Yeah, the shenanigans for real.
Welcome to the final battle.
The final. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm very silly, but we knew that. We knew that about me. I wonder how this is gonna go. We're just sitting in silence because there's no music right now. I love that. Good
Yeah.
for us. Yeah. Good for us.
It's like a tense silence. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, it
happen.
is. Like a 3-minute, and like you look over there and Drebber's just blinking.
Yep. He blinks sometimes.
He blinks. I don't like it.
So I did a little research, and I
Oh.
guess this is an ad break, so we may as well.
We can do
I
research
was
and ad
interesting
breaks.
because you mentioned the Fifth Amendment earlier in terms of like English law.
Yes.
The right to silence, or the right to remain silent as we now know it, was a thing as early as the 17th century in like England and Wales common law.
Oh, okay.
The defendant was considered incompetent to give evidence, and attempts to force the defense to provide answers were judged unlawful.
Interesting.
So it became a thing.
Interesting.
That said, the right of suspects to refuse to answer questions before the trial was not established until 1912.
Ah.
So, while, literal torture was banned, mistreatment of unspeaking suspects to sort of coerce confessions and stuff still kind of showed up.
Ah, okay.
So that's the conclusions of my research on the matter.
Thank you for your timely research and contributions to this ad break.
All good.
I'm so excited. I want to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Oh my god, Zen, why'd you post cute pictures of our cat? Oh no.
Oh no, bribes.
Cute little cat Pete's. I tortured the cats today a little bit. Not like in a bad way, just in like a good way. I bought them some paw moisturizer.
I have an idea.
Uh-huh. Oh, thank you. I will post another cat pick gotcha when we're done. Thank you.
Woo!
Great use of your channel points. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I got too many of those.
You got a lot.
And
How many do you
64,000.
64,000. I think I only have like I don't have that many on Int because I spent a lot of them on King of the Hill
King of
that
the
one
Hill.
time.
Yeah. Well, that's the point of it. It's to
Like-
sort of balance the economy.
I spent like 10,000 at one point on King of the Hill. I was here for it. All right, we're back. And a cat
Yeah.
pit gotcha will be handed down along with the judgment in this trial.
Time for the waxwork plot.
The waxwork plot. I am.
And the subsequent waxwork plot twist.
Shut up. I don't mean that. Okay. All right, normal testimony music. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. I had to press all this. God. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire that's not. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Why did you fold so easy, though? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. You don't even let me cross-examine! There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Yeah, she's a little smug. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Here we go.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Dreba and returned to Madame Dispels.
But it came without the head, and I feel like that's important. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Oh, they're using the industry lingo.
Guess so. Alone, Doctor? Uh-huh. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh, shit.
Oh no, Asmon's horizontal and on the ground.
Okay.
And in a cage.
Here we go. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... The cause of death is what's weird. Isn't it? I'm thinking. Hold on. What would be the significance of what she did to the victim? Stabbity, stabbity. Blood everywhere. What do I want to press on? I feel like a 30-foot drop. What do you think? I'm leaning toward the real cause of death. But what does the Oracle say? You're the Oracle.
Beware the Ides of March.
Wow.
I think the Oracle did say that, maybe.
We missed the Ides of June.
Ooh, no. Okay.
We survived. It's all good. Yes.
I don't think we can do anything with the cause of death being the real one, because, like, obviously he died, and obviously Scythe fabricated the thing. And I think what's important is the action she did to fabricate it.
I think I'm thinking the right thing, but in like the wrong direction. So I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I do think you're on a good line.
Yeah, because like I don't. Okay, then what she did to the victim, sure.
Both of these are like seeking the same way, but with different pieces.
How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
Damn, they would have given me an out on that one, huh? Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. Huh?
Keep going. Go ahead.
I'm going.
Sorry.
I'm going. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. I don't think you can actually get the leverage to do that, but okay, sure. Press. So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
Unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. I don't know about this. The entire team in perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? I know we're gonna have to present something at some point, but I'm gonna press on this one too. I want it all out there. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
Your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Oh, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. But what?
Okay.
Alright, now we gotta
so-
think about evidence.
Yep, I'm going to warn you.
Uh-huh.
There is a sense in which this is perhaps I think just like empirically, many people struggle with this. This is perhaps the hardest evidence to present in the entire, like the logic involved of this final stretch is, I think I've seen a lot of people struggle with it.
Okay.
It's subtle.
Okay.
If you need any help, if you wish to officially invoke my powers of Oracle to give you like very explicit instruction on parts of it, I will do that. I am willing to give you that reprieve,
Okay.
but only if you ask.
This is the one that was at the Crystal Tower. So they literally just switched the bird cages, allegedly. Okay. Okay. The stab wound shouldn't have bled that much? Maybe? If he was actually dead already? Just a thought. Just a thought. Is there something in this? In a reflection, maybe? No. I'm thinking. I'm sorry, I'm being silent.
No, go ahead. I'm being silent because I'm letting you think.
I'm thinking. So... Thank you for the hydrate. I don't have a beverage, but thank you for the hydrate. I'm out of beverage. I appreciate the thought. The thought is what counts. I wonder... Probably something to do with this one. Is that on the right track?
Are you officially invoking my services as...
Yes, I am officially invoking
Okay.
your services.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. So, narrowing that down is going to help me look at the evidence again. So, the evidence that is relevant to this, right, is the picture of the victim, the autopsy report, the screwdriver, and the cage. It's broken. She couldn't have opened the door. That's just a thought. She couldn't have opened the door easily, but I guess this is pretendy fun times. So, there's also no blood on this bird cage. On the straps. It's just an observation. Is that remotely on the right track? Is the bird cage it?
Well, given the blood stain that we saw in the picture, it doesn't seem like it would have seeped onto the cage itself.
Yeah, but it was on the straps in the picture.
Oh.
It was. But you're telling me I'm going a little too far on that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
the bird cage is not it.
The bird cage is not it. Okay. Okay. So that narrows it down to... We haven't used this piece of evidence for much, so that makes me suspicious, but... So that leaves you with these three, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. So... the screwdriver... It's not really sharp. I feel like it's gotta be... I mean, it's gotta be one of these three. See, it's on the strap. Look. Yeah. And that's a decent amount of blood for somebody who was already dead. But that doesn't really matter, I don't think. Do I get a hint? Give me a hint. Small hint, like the most microscopic, minute hint. Is that hard? I'm sorry. Oops.
I don't know how to give it to you.
I'm on the right track though, right?
You are.
Will you tell me if I've done... Is there something that I've said that's like particularly on the right track? Any of my observations?
I'll agree that the blood stain is weird
Okay.
for the circumstances.
Because that was like my number one. I was like remembering some of the like stab wound and other wound stuff from previous cases. So it's kind of like, maybe it's that. Like maybe they're trying to make me get forensic up in here. So that would narrow it down. It's still one of these three things, but Okay, if I'm on the right track with the stab wound and the blood stain. Oh! The blood runs down!
I am so proud of you.
Oh, I am so good at this!
I am so proud of you.
He couldn't have been laying on the ground because the blood trailed downwards. Damn, so it's the photograph.
Get her.
Oh my god! Damn! Oh, let's go.
Cue the cool music. Eventually. I don't remember exactly when
Let's
it kicks
hear
in, but it will kick in.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
It's time.
You're like way more excited about the music, and I'm way more excited about the truth. But that's because you already know the truth. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
And for me, it's about the presentation now.
The presentation. Okay. Here we go. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Is it this music?
Yeah.
Well, let's give it a listen for a second. Let's not talk over it. That's pretty good. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
No.
Objection!
Objection. Yes, we've already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
So the thing I love about this song is that it's a very rare thing in Ace Attorney to have a song purely dedicated to build up. This song is a prelude to the regular big dramatic reveal music that they have when everything is like boom bombastic and stuff.
Yeah.
This song, in its pure existence, recontextualizes that song into being like the crescendo to this.
I like it.
You hear this song, you know that song's coming. You know it's like, oh, it's time. It's time to go. And that sense of buildup, that progression, I love it.
It's good. It's a good one. I like the instrumentation in it, honestly.
It's lovely.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna present like kind of halfway in the middle of this here, and hope that's good
Go
enough.
ahead.
Take that!
Take that. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction, towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected, but he wasn't! Ah! Of course, no! That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. I can't talk. Oh god. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Oh shit. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Yeah.
Here we are.
Oh, it goes. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe. Oh, she's sweating now. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of their testimony? The stabbing of the victim.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. He wasn't dead yet!
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
I told you he wasn't dead. Wait. Hold on. Did I or did I not say, like, way back towards the beginning of this when we first got that picture, that it looked like he was still alive when he was stabbed?
I would like to point out.
Did I or did I not say that?
I think you may have said something to that effect. But I personally would like to point out that in terms of people dying from getting their neck broken, we are now 0 for 2.
We are 0 for 2.
Both revelations in this case.
Ain't nobody getting their neck broken.
Well, they're all getting their neck broken. They're just not dying from it.
They're getting strong vertebrae.
The vertebrae are way too powerful.
The vertebrae are strong. Okay. No, that is the misapprehension. Oh. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything.
Ah!
Mr. Odiasman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Can't believe she did that in a white lab coat. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a lot of blood for a white lab coat.
She's a pro.
She's a pro. Ugh. Ugh! Order! Okay. Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Get him, Susato. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I've thought it was obvious. A motive. Boy, you're lacking a motive.
And there it is, the final grasp of a panicked murderer.
Yep, every time.
Every time.
What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder.
If she turns out to be the Reaper, I'm quitting.
But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm fucking quitting. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Please don't. Oh god. Are you gonna present evidence again? I can't handle this. What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Oh god. Yes. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. I swear to God, I hate this. It's the Iron Mask, right? Like, it can't possibly be anything else.
Why?
Because why would it be scalpels? She's a coroner. That makes sense. The screwdriver isn't doing anything. Like, The screwdriver is not doing the heavy lifting here.
I have to apologize.
Okay.
Some of the delays in our streams of this game have been my fault, or at least revolving around me and my availability. So I understand why you wouldn't remember.
I'm thinking then. Okay, I'm thinking. I feel like there's something about scalpels, but I can't remember what is up with the scalpels, other than scalpels are kind of normal.
But you do remember something about the scalpels.
I remember there being something about scalpels, and I cannot remember what it is.
That's enough.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
good enough.
Good enough. Cool. Scalpels? I guess I just forgot of them because they're not in evidence.
Fair.
Alright, Okay. I'm gonna go with scalpels and see what happens. I trust you. Don't betray
Okay,
my
I
trust
trust
exception,
you.
okay? I remember there being something about scalpels, I just don't remember what was up with the scalpels. Okay. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Oh! There were a whole bunch of scalpels ordered all the time.
We
I
got
remember
there.
now. I was like, there was something about the scalpels in her office, but I can't remember now. Oh, yeah. The suspicious number of scalpels ordered all the time. Did you say scalpels? Ugh. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Batsman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding.
Oh my god. This goes crazy.
Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Ugh. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Side's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? We love embezzlement, we do. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, and I really hope we find out one of the future cases. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Oh, the breakdown is occurring. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Every once in a while, Van Zeke says something good.
It's been happening more and more often.
He's getting better. He's getting better. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
so your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? Whoever snoozed the ads, thank you.
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor. Don't snooze them again yet, guys. Wait till it's like a minute.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Huh? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which they referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Was that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. You know, that's fine. That's fair. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Yay.
Woo! You
What a
did
hollow
it.
victory sometimes. Feels better than the last third trial, but, you know, not by much.
Now we turned it around. We didn't let fate repeat.
We didn't. We didn't. Court is adjourned.
Okay, this is where I gotta break out the audio.
The audio?
Yeah, you remember
Oh,
I said at the
okay.
start I got audio.
You got
for
audio.
this.
That's right. You
I have
did.
managed
Okay.
to employ the capabilities of
Audio.
the hit voice actor of the character Enstenine from Final Fantasy XIV, Robert Vernon,
What the heck?
have lines. So get ready for those. I will play them when they are appropriate. They will be played.
Wait, they're actual lines, right?
Yeah.
Like from the game. It's not like
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. No. I
Cool.
didn't go off script.
Okay. I'm gonna just snooze the ads again. It's over. That was some trial.
Oh wait, I forgot this Nancy Chambers thing. There's okay. It's after this part. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
That's cute, actually. Me too, Susato. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Ah. Oh, about this? A memento. A paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Oh my god, your crazy hypothesis. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now?
Oh, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis on my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I cannot. I can't allow that.
Hey yo, what are you doing in here, buddy? Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Literally, this is not your room.
Barock! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, narrowing down on your prey.
Wow. Wow.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Damn! Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we've left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. Already purchased the tickets.
Jeez.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
I can only snooze ads one more time, oh no.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barock.
You may have to let it run.
Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
He's even scared of the Reaper, huh?
Best friends involved.
I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal.
The ads are about to run, I'm sorry guys.
That's been the pattern up to now.
We'll kill 3 entire minutes. Don't worry about it. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Damn. This man. He's kind of okay sometimes.
Varric! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay.
Alright, we sit here for 3 minutes, and I regret my choices.
Woo!
I regret my
How
life
you
choices.
feeling about this happening?
I am enjoying it. I am just also regretting my life choices, because it's late.
It's okay. It's okay.
late.
We're almost through. We're almost through.
It's late. I'm so tired. It's good, though. It's very good. I'm very excited.
Yes.
It's very good. Very good story. Just waiting for the ads. Waiting for the ads.
Woo.
I'm just hanging out, waiting till the ad's over. Looking at Van Zeek's, you know.
Yes,
review.
look, he's there. You can see him.
Yes. Looking good, looking good. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there.
Looking at the separate Wikipedia article for the Resurrectionists, which they were talking about before.
Oh, yeah.
At least the one I'm looking at, tends to imply this was more of like an, like, at latest an 1850s thing.
Oh.
Now, like all the, this it's a big collection of like medical desires and laws and general cultural disapproval of desecration of the body after death. It's a whole thing.
Jeez.
Seems like a lot of the records are more like 1700s, early to mid 1800s.
Oh. Wow. That's way further back.
And I vaguely recall there being like a second, like when I think of body snatchers, I think of like the nuclear age body snatchers. Where they like this, they just took some bodies and did science, did research on like nuclear radiation and stuff. Like that's the ones I think of. Anyway, the ad's over. We can proceed.
Yeah, it is over. Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good.
That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Oh, yeah. You should read about the Tri-State Crematory Saga, actually. Yeah. You should check that out, actually. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
There he goes. Off he goes.
Woo!
Whoop. Van Zeeks is still here.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
What are you gonna say? Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. I did too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
I have all the time in the world for you. I have all the time in the world for you. For you. You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh god, something bad is going to happen, isn't it? Fuck. I'm never gonna get my answers because something bad is going to happen. Fuck. Oh man. God. Okay, it's fine. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Barak Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then.
Here's the scene. I'm ready.
All right, just let it go. Don't interrupt it.
I won't.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm so nervous right now.
It's not from start to end, okay? Like, I'm still gonna have some lines that I'll say.
Uh-huh.
I didn't do the whole thing. They still have that thing here.
It's just hanging out.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Wow, we are so nervous.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
It's here. It's here. Is it really here? Is it here? Oh my god. Am I finally getting the answers I seek? This could be something outlandish. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikoto well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened.
Zen, please.
The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussion. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial.
I kinda saw this coming.
If the British... Fair. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Shoutouts to Robert Vernon.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh, shit. Oh!
Father. What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily, Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it It was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke. We have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Wait,
That's all Kazuma said.
and then he walked out?
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
This is some fucked up shit, guys. This is some fucked up shit. Oh my god.
I wanted you to have that.
Oh my god. Van Zeeks is about to like kill a man just to kill a man.
This is a palate cleanser.
Oh my god.
How are you holding up?
I'm losing it. I'm big losing it over here.
Did you cried?
I did not cry. I was
Okay.
I was more shocked than cried.
Fair.
Yeah. That was good. That was a good cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I apologize for the bamboozle.
What bamboozle?
Robert Vernon is actually just the voice actor for Van Zeeks.
Oh. That's funny.
I thought it'd be funny if I presented it as like, I got some special custom guest voice acting that I provide, but no, it's just this moment has
Just him.
lines. I thought it was funny.
Wait. No, the game's not doing anything right now. Zed, we're talking. That's you if you can't hear.
Yeah, I can hear myself and I can hear Ascella.
Yeah.
So then it's Zen's problem.
It's registering on OBS. Is it a Twitch problem?
We're good. I can hear it on the stream.
Okay. I mean, we weren't talking for a minute there, but okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, you restarted the stream. Yeah, Twitch is a goofy goober sometimes.
All right. Gotta say lines again.
We gotta finish this up. We gotta get out of here.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
I can't believe he just walked out. I'm so mad. Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us.
I, once again, don't like Strongheart. Because you know that bitch knew. Goddamn.
I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosima Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
Did he just disappear? What the hell just happened?
They ran out of budget.
I guess so. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Dang.
You did it.
I did it.
You won.
I won the case. Oh, I got an achievement. It just popped up in
Yep, you beat chapter 3.
thingy in Steam. Oh my god. Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Empty courtroom.
We
Crazy.
won.
We won. That was crazy. Kazuma's back. I'm so excited.
He is.
My man is back. He's more different.
You gotta
but he's
preface
back.
every single stream with just the ultimate spoiler warning, though. Cannot
Yeah.
let this get out.
Yeah. I'll remind me to put it in the title every week.
Yeah, just replace the entire title of the stream with spoiler.
Spoiler alert.
Run.
Run Pianui.
Pianui don't want
Anyway, don't watch this. It's the name of the title of the stream. No cat gotchas for anyway this week. Wow. That was worth. I am dying, but that was worth. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, God, I love this game. I love this game so much. I'm gonna cry now, though. I love this game. I do. Maybe I'm tired and that's why I want to cry. I don't know, but I love this game.
Good game.
Amazing game. It's been a crazy day in my fandom land, man. Woo! Alright. Well, somehow I have to bounce back from this, work tomorrow, and do another stream. So...
Sorry.
It's all good. I'm gonna go crash so fast. I'm gonna pass out so fast. There's something I'm forgetting. Oh, I don't know. Who knows? All right. I'm gonna send us off here. You got any exciting news or anything you want to share before I send us off into the ether?
Nope, I've just got operations as normal. I'm doing Rubicon Fight Club stuff, so I gotta like promote that, but I don't think people here are the ones particularly interested in like quasi-competitive Armored Core ranked match dueling.
I would be bad at
But if you are, check it out.
Check out the Rubicon Fight Club.
Yeah, I'm in charge of it now, kind
now
of. Now
property of exception. Do it agree.
The exact lines of ownership are awkward and confusing. I think technically I co-own it with the previous owner, but the previous owner is also on an indefinite hiatus, so I'm basically in charge as Monarch. Yeah. But it still feels like I'm acting as like a regent, but I would prefer I wasn't. I would prefer I would just be the guy in charge and there wouldn't be this like weird specter of, oh no, do I or do I not have to answer to somebody? I would just like to be in charge unambiguously, but that is not the case. Not because I want to be a tyrant or anything, but just because this is sort of stressful to me.
I can't imagine you being a tyrant, honestly.
Yeah. I do have a streak of like mischief, but always in like an underdog setting.
Yeah.
I like to upset the odds and be like, behold, I have surpassed your shenanigans. I don't want to just like be like tyrannical.
Yeah, that's fair. I think you're doing a good job.
Thanks.
I think you're doing a good job. I'm so EP. And I have to fill
It's
up
like this.
doctor forms for the rest of the
Darn.
time I'm awake.
Looks like there's about to be a duel between the rank number 15 and rank number 14 person in about 13 minutes, so that's exciting.
Are they streaming it?
No, this is designed to be like purely asynchronous. You just seek out your opponent, fight, get a moderator to officiate that, yeah, it was real, it happened, and then the rankings just sort of update. So it allows everyone to just sort of work, do their own thing on their own schedule, but then have this whole world sort of develop and progress.
Yeah.
I like it. I was a big fan of it. It's one of the main motivations why I wanted to be in charge, to bring it back to life.
I love that for you.
Thanks.
My God.
Good stream.
Good stream, and I am never recovering from that cutscene ever. Like never in my entire life.
Not occurring.
Not.
But I get to see all the cool art of Kazuma in that clothing. That's a cool looking one.
It's so cool. There was a moment there where I was like so staring at the outfit that I didn't realize. I was like, oh, I need to click. Like, I need to click. Oops. Oh my god. Alright. I guess I will go.
You have a good rest.
Yep. I will see you guys tomorrow. And yes, I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay.
Yes.
Bye bye everybody.
Farewell.